Alright, are we live? Are we live? I didn't even check, man. I just went down a rabbit hole, man. I just went down a rabbit hole. I was all here ahead of time, ready to get going, and then I was like, wait, let me check this, let me check that, and then I just went down a rabbit hole and a half. Off of this stream. I did it all for you. Alright. Let's double check all this. Alright. It's looking like we're live. You know what that means. Oh man, I totally forgot that a new video dropped on YouTube today, man. I gotta put out, I gotta go do that. Hold on. Well, I'm not gonna do that right now, but you know what I'm saying. Hey. I gotta do that, I guess, when I'm done. When I'm done here with y'all. Yo, that rabbit hole got me tripping. I had like 100 ideas in the past 40 minutes. I'm tripping. We almost ready. You almost ready? And when I say we, I do mean I. Alright. Alright. Ready or not. Ready or not. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Wojcicki Experience. This is going to be episode 693, something like that. Multifascination, something like that. I forget what I call these things. It had a lot of syllables in it. Either way, it really doesn't matter, does it? What are we doing today, man? We're going to be working on some world concepts. I was all here like an hour ago, more than an hour ago, ready to go. And I was like, alright, let me just, you know what I mean? I like to kind of, besides all the pre-game that I do before I start these things live, like just setting up the stream, whatever. I also like to sometimes like just look something up that'll like help motivate me in the direction that I need to go in order to do the things that I need to do. Kind of like, you know what I mean? Prime me to get started and all that. And today I did exactly that. I was all like, I'm gonna work on this, and I kind of wanna finalize it, and I kind of wanna do all that stuff. So, what am I talking about? We're gonna be going in depth with this character that I was working on last week, and I've been working on this character for a hot minute. I don't even know how many months or years. I think it goes back like 18 months, but that was even like a month ago, so it's like 19 months now. And it might even go back before that. I don't even know. This character has gone through so many iterations because the more I worked on her, the more she represented other things. And that's what all of this is about. If I could just sit down and then like kind of, you know what I mean, thread all these thoughts and concepts through that I have with these characters, then you know, in one sitting, I probably could have got this done in a week or two with this one character, you know what I mean? Which is still a lot of time to spend on a single character, you know what I mean? But that's what I mean as far as like, you have one initial idea and it's basic, you know what I mean? And then you kind of need to give it a little bit of, well, if it's a character, you gotta make them an individual, you know what I mean? You gotta make them unique. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, this is who she is. And then it's like, okay, so then I'm gonna implement that. That's cool. And then it's like, well, what is that in this world that I've created? And then it's like, okay, became a rolling stone of thoughts. And this character has gone through, I don't even want to say many iterations. It's just her design has evolved over time. Last week I was showing y'all the concepts. Oh, where's my concept art book? Where's my sketchbook at? So y'all can see the latest sketch that I did for her there. And last week I was talking about while I was working on her, like, you know what I mean? I need to build her character up to what it was. So to kind of just quickly go over everything with this character. Yeah, here we go. Let's go over here. I didn't even check to see if my cameras are good or what. But check this out. So this character started just simple, right? Simple design, kind of, you know what I mean? Wanted to give her certain aesthetics that ultimately, I'm like, man, if I gotta make her a part of this group, but I also gotta make her an individual, but also who she represents is so different from all the other characters that are within this group that I was like, oh man. So she has like this kind of white cloth aesthetic, things like that go along with her design that made her like incredibly unique already. So like off the bat, she was already unique. And then I was like, okay, well, what if I do this? What if I do that? And going, you could even see down this page, like she started off, she had, you know, human limbs. Like she was like a person with an eye patch, and then I kind of divided the face, whatever. But she still, well, since I never rendered these out, but they still look pretty regular limbs down here. Still didn't apply everything that I needed to for her. Even here, drawing things, not really focusing on stuff. And then I was like, okay, I gave her, as I was working on the character, I kind of forget the thoughts necessarily, but I was just like, okay, I gotta go down this road with her. And I drew these things, and I even remember when I drew this sketch right here and this design, I was, you know, it was probably right around sometime after, well, yeah, it was definitely after, whatchamacallit, Final Fantasy VII came out, so Tifa was out there, and I was drawing this character, and I was throwing things onto this character, and I was just like, this is definitely like a Tifa inspired little bit right there, whether you knew it or not. I never said that out loud, I don't think, but then I took that idea and I was just like, well, I don't want to make her Tifa, obviously. Like, she's already a part of this group, so she has like this group identity with, you know what I mean, with amongst her peers. But then she has a unique skill set which separated her from them, and it's identifiable with the white cloth, things like that. And then going down that road from as soon as I gave her an eye patch, which was immediately, right? Kind of went down this road of thinking about things like Cable or whatever, and you know what I mean, drawing these things on her. Gave her this arm that was kind of like a Tifa thing, and it kind of gave me this idea of just like, well, I don't want it to be Tifa. It doesn't make sense for her to have like this kind of armored arm, you know what I mean, this gauntlet. Like, it doesn't make sense. But aesthetically it's cool, right? Like, you know what I mean, especially if we're stripping her down and getting rid of the you know what I mean, the clothes, the cloak, and the everything like that, and bringing her down to the bare bones, almost like some major Kusanagi type stuff, bringing her all the way down, and she still has like a limb like this. I was like, okay, following that thought through, thinking about this world that I've created and everything like that. That's what I mean when I said like, well, who is this character within this world? What do these things mean? What do they represent? What do they look like? What is all the stuff that's happening here? And then I thought it was meaningful for this character in particular to have like, I just took the Tifa armor, gauntlet arm, you know what I mean, glove wielding fist thing that she, you know what I mean, the whole thing that she has going on with her left arm, and then I just took that and then I went like full Cable with it, you know what I mean, and made it a part of her narrative, so to speak. And again, these are all just like simple ideas. These were, you know what I mean, just me getting started with stuff, me drawing simple things. I could go ahead and go back to these original sketches where she still has her arm, and then just kind of like throw in a mechanical arm in there, and then, you know what I mean. And that's kind of the reason why I was like, this character right here, I'm gonna have to go ahead and jump in and do some digital stuff with her. So once I started establishing the arm, this whole thing, I think I even called the string ball boy just because of this right here. And you know what I mean, what this character kind of reminded me of as soon as I started like really drawing her and diving deep, and you know what I mean, stripping her down to the Kusanagi, you know what I mean. And then yeah, like the arm. So I was like, okay, let me go down this road of cybernetic enhancements, things like that. And it kind of like, and like I said, like it's all fitting to her character. And then you know what I mean, so I started drawing things, but these aren't necessarily like final designs. These were just me kind of trying to understand visually what happens when you apply prosthetics to a character. Essentially, they're prosthetics. I didn't apply that word to her at the time, probably. You know what I mean? I'm an artist. I work visually. So when it's like I just want to see something, so I draw it, and I don't necessarily even have the words for it. And then the words don't even come to me until after I see it. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense to people or not. In order to be able to see something, in order to understand something. And then to realize like, oh yeah, that's something that's regular, that's already there. So applying these technological prosthetics to her, you know, this sounds a little bit too fancy for me. I like to just say cyborg. I like to think about just like Frankie from One Piece, how he's just like piecing himself up, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I like the fun aspect, the fun idea. Look at the square, it's not even full yet. And so I was drawing things, and these things are incredibly like detailed, a little bit more advanced technologically, you know what I mean, science fictionally, technologically, they're a little bit more advanced, but the ideas are beginning to unfold. So then it was just about like finding, well, how do I want to draw it? You know what I mean? If we're talking about Frankie from One Piece, if we're looking at his original design, he still looked very human. You know what I mean? From as far as like his pre-time skip design, like he still had, you know what I mean? He was still pretty human. Probably had like a couple of stitches separating like his human from his robotic pieces, but it was also like, you know what I'm saying? So compared to that, like stuff like this is very like standoutish, but I also kind of like it. But then even this wasn't all that good enough, because once I started drawing these things, and again, I don't really understand things until I see them, so there's that level of difficulty for me when it comes to like having to actually visually drum up these things in order spend the time to visually render these things out before it's like, okay, that's cool, that's not cool. Now I like to always lean in towards the cool, and I always like to kind of accept things as they are, right? So it's like, okay, even though this isn't the final product still, you know what I mean? It's still a step in the direction of me being able to understand this character. So I already got two pages on this character at this point, right? And then I think I still have another one, like later, like revisiting this character, going down, yeah. So then later on, it's like, okay, spent more time, worked on other things, let these ideas kind of ruminate, or you know what I mean, and gestate, whatever, and kind of let them live and be and cool down and cool off, whatever, so that way I can go ahead and like see what do I want to do with this. If this is a cyborg-ish character with prosthetics, but she's still a human being, I still need her to be who she is, being a part of that team, being the having a unique skill set that she has, doing the job that she does, and now applying these science fiction prosthetics to her. Like, who is she? How do I do this? Like what does it look like? So, you know, I try to find inspiration about things over, you know what I mean? Because, like, my imagination and my understanding of prosthetics is extremely limited, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be thinking about, like, pirates with peg legs, and you know what I mean? Captain Hook with a hook on his leg. Like, the very primitive type of prosthetics. Even movies like, what is it, The Gentleman or something like that? Was that movie called The Gentleman? I think they had like 2 of them so far, and like Samuel Jackson was in the second one. He had like the female sidekick who she had like prosthetic legs that were these like metal legs that kind of doubled as swords or something like that. I kind of forget. You know what I mean? But like even seeing characters like that and seeing those sort of prosthetics and things like that, I was just like, okay. You know what I mean? Like there's if we're applying prosthetics to a character, now we're speaking on a completely different thing. Even though this is a science fiction thing that I'm working on, it's a science fiction story, you know what I mean? This is all fairy tales, it's fake, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, as far as like the world goes, like it still needs to make sense. And you know what I mean? I don't want to sit there and take prosthetics lightly, but also the whole point of everything that I do here is to have fun, right? So it's like, okay, how do I have fun with this? So I started playing with a bunch of different ideas, you know what I mean? And started playing with like different looks, and you know what I mean, some that look a little bit more advanced than others. And I was like, okay, well, if she if she already looks like this minus the prosthetic, if I ignore the prosthetic completely and she looks like this, and now I apply a prosthetic regardless of what that prosthetic looks like, you know what I mean? How does that prosthetic mesh with her already existing look, being a part of the team and having that white cloth, white cloak, whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like where does this make sense in the world that I'm still developing, and like I said, working on this character, I'm kind of addressing a lot of things that I haven't gotten to yet in the world. So, you know what I mean? I started drawing a bunch of things, some that look more technologically advanced than others. I really love this, you know what I mean? Part of like this look on these two pieces right here kind of represent the most like the original sketch that I had here, you know what I mean? This is just her with like clothes on, like she has the uniform, she has the cloth, she has everything, but it's the most representative of what I had here, which is still one of my more favorite concepts for this character, albeit not finished, because I was like, looks cool, like I can run with this, even if I go back and just utilize this as the final design. My understanding of it after doing all this work is going to be so much more profound than it was when I drew this. I don't even know when I drew it because I didn't date it, because I still haven't finished it, because I was like, I gotta finish this stuff digitally. But it was certainly sometime like around 2023, you know what I mean? So we're talking like a couple of years ago. I mean, down here, what is this? Oh, February 2024 is when I inked it. And I think I penciled it before that. So that's what I'm saying. Like I penciled these things probably in 2023, inked them in 2024, and now here we are in 2025. I'm still you know what I'm saying, going on this character. So there's a couple things like these two sketches that really speak to me, right? As far as like, okay, even though the ideas aren't finalized, right? And then, you know what I mean, like these sketches right here, they really speak to me, but they're a little bit too advanced. I think they're a little too shot out, they're a little too loud for what I need right now. Because right now, yeah, we're doing world building concepts, but I'm also working on the story, and you know, we're early on in the story. I haven't even put out chapter 0 yet, you know what I mean? And I think that's all I did for this character in this book, because I pretty much reached the end of it. So ever since like April of last year, I really haven't done too much work on this character again, because she represents so much. I was like, put it down, give it some time, let me think about it. What do I like, what do I not like, you know what I mean? When I worked on all these designs, what's cool, what's not cool, let me give it time to like really let my mind like kind of forget about it and then remember it and see how I feel about it after I remember it. Now, last week, if you recall, we've been working on this airplane, and we've been working on a series of characters. Like I said, she's a part of something here. So I was like, okay, let me begin to unify these characters, including her, and these other characters. I don't want to say they're less important than her. They were just easier to kind of find out who they are, get the conclusion of who they are, be able to implement them into the story. They're kind of cool, you know what I mean? Like I'm cool with them, just like I'm cool with a lot of the designs I've already done. Like I'm like, psh, we're good, you know what I mean? Moving on, you know what I mean? Like I got what I need in order to be able to work on the beginning of the story. This character I'm not yet, still. And I still do have the desire to try to figure out, or you know, do all the digital work digital work that it's going to take to really finalize her design, because what I want to do is be able to draw all of the I guess, you know, essentially the prosthetic, which I'm counting as a prop design. And that prosthetic also can't just be an individual one-time prosthetic that I use throughout the entire thing. Like I said, this story has like some longevity to it. So this character, so technology in this world is gonna have, you know, longevity to it. It's gonna evolve over time. Just think about our own timeline. What are we in, 2025? If I have 40 years of a story here, what was technology 40 years ago? Like, we really didn't even have the internet. Like, maybe the internet was just a thought that was trying to be coded 40 years ago. And now, look at what the internet is today. And then any and all other technologies at the same time. What was happening 40 years ago? Phones. You know what I mean? We had payphones. Now we have smartphones, and now they're trying to develop what, nanophones to like stick inside your body and stuff like that. Like, 40 years is a long time. So that, I don't talk about that too much, but I do talk about it, and that's something that, because of the prosthetic nature of her character, that I could just as easily take away, but that idea stuck. So that idea is what it is. Like, and I like it for this character. You know what I mean? Notice I already got like six of the crew out of the however many is gonna be in there by the time I'm done. I never did a full count, but it's like last week I think I was kind of counting them, and I was like, oh man, it might be like 20 characters or so. Like I don't know. You know what I mean? So she's a part of this group, and a lot of it is like easy for me, but because of this prop nature of her cybernetics, it introduces technology to this character, a specific technology too. And it's just like, okay, well, what does this technology look like in the beginning? What does this technology look like at the end? And those designs that I have that I was just showing you, that I was like, you know what I mean, like these three designs here, they look dope, but they're a little bit too loud, a little too shout out. That's what I mean. They're a little too later on. You know what I mean? They're a little too 2025, not enough, you know, 1985, or, you know, whatever 40 years ago looked like. So last week when I was working on this character, I was like, okay, let me start with something that's still science fiction, technologically advanced, prosthetic, while still primitive in a sense. Now, you know what I mean? Looking at what I drew last week, as far as like this triangle piece kind of representing the floating limb that she kind of has, that goes all the way back to that original sketch, one of those original sketches. I mean, you know what I mean, like the first page that I worked on this character with. I was like, alright, what if I take that and have that piece be something that can fold out into an arm? Now I started with this triangle, and I was just like, okay, like how does a triangle fold out into a limb? Obviously, I'm not like some sort of like engineer guru who's actually figuring things out. I'm throwing a whole lot of imagination into this, but I was like, okay, if I have this piece of technology and that piece of technology, and it could be programmed like this, then this is feasible. You know what I mean? Not in our reality right now necessarily, but in this make-believe world where I can kind of do anything that I want. But I don't want my magic system, aka technology system, to be uh, super soft magic. I kind of wanted to be a little bit of a hard magic, a little bit more grounded in reality. I've been talking about it for years now. I was like, okay, let's make this happen. So I'm kind of happy with this design. I kind of moved forward. I did this piece. Really like this sketch. It's a little on an angle here. I kind of need to rotate it. You know what I'm saying? In order to straighten her stance out here. But either way, super cool. And I was like, you know what? It looks primitive, but it also looks technologically advanced. Kind of has like a Terminator 1, metal arm look to it compared to the, what is it, the T-1000 in Terminator 2, and compared to the realistic, Terminator from Terminator 3 to like the crazy and wild robots that are all like AI augmented, machines, to all the other later Terminator movies and things like that, There's RoboCop and all sorts of science fiction things that you can pull from. So yeah, I kind of want to go ahead and, what is this, page 4, page 5 of this character? But like I said, this character represents a whole lot of things, and it's like I said when I started this stream, I was going down like a crazy rabbit hole, because I was just like, let me look up one thing, and then that one thing led to two things led to three things, literally three things led to four things, five things. I was just like, oh my god. And then I looked at the time and I was like, I'm late. I'm late. So I was like, okay, let me just go ahead and get the stream started. Let me go ahead and talk about things. So what happened? What happened? I started looking into like the history of prosthetics. Started looking into the history of cybernetics. Started looking, you know what I mean? And I didn't even like. I'd be staying out of rabbit holes. You know what I'm saying? Like I could spot a rabbit hole, you know what I mean, from a mile away. So I stay out of them. And then, so when I find myself in one, I don't even mean I went like even too crazy into it. I was straight up on Wikipedia, and Wikipedia was just like, and then it had like all these things in there, and I was just like, oh wow, so it does deal with that, and it deals with that, and it does deal with that. And there's all sorts of different like subsidiaries of technology, all sorts of different developments that happen in all sorts of different ways. And I was like in my head, these things were always all the same thing. But then once you look up those things individually, I was like, oh man, these are all their own little industries, and that they're all, you know what I mean, they're all doing their own thing, and who knows how many of them are actually even working together. And I was just like, okay. You know what I mean? I was just like, and here I thought, you know what I mean? Not that only one company would be working on this, or even if there were 10 companies working on these things, that all 10 of them would all be working within the same technologies. It's like, man, there's so many different industries that are integrated with prosthetics and technology and stuff like that, you know. One thing that I always think about, just me being me, is you know, as an animator, we study anatomy, and once you start studying anatomy, you can go down that rabbit hole. But that rabbit hole is just, it's literally skin deep. You know what I mean? Like it's just to the human body. You know what I mean? Unless you go study like animal anatomy and things like that, and insect anatomy and things like that. You know what I mean? Whatever. But like when it comes to like cyborgs, you know. Oh man, part of the rabbit hole that I started going down was even like before the stream was even like the differences between like bionics, androids, cyborgs. Like I was like, okay, I know androids are like robots. They're not living things. You know what I mean? Like they're constructed. They're not like, you know what I mean? They're not like a living being. They're not like a human being. And androids aren't things that started off as a human being, where a cyborg is. Like I had a bit of an understanding, but then they started throwing out words, and I was like, wait a second, I thought these two things were basically just two words for the same thing. And it was like, nah, man. They started like breaking down like the specifics of like what separates like bionics from androids, from this and from that, and like full body androids to just like parts of the body androids. And I was just like, oh snap. Like I just went down this rabbit hole, and I was just looking for one thing to kind of like get me started so I can go ahead and start drawing these pictures. And then I was just like getting interested in reading, and I was like, maybe I'll read this stuff. And then it was just like page after page after page, and I was just like, I'm not gonna just randomly start reading off of Wikipedia, you know what I mean, half a dozen different pages of prosthetic technologies and the histories of, you know what I'm saying, of like androids and limb stuff. And man, there was so much to it, and I was just like, okay, let's rewind, let's rein it in, you know what I mean, let me get this stream started, and let's go ahead and do this. So what I want to do is work on this character, and what I want to do is kind of explore just the design that I got into last week. Like I said, it's primitive enough and it's technologically advanced enough to be in this perfect place of like, okay, I could take this and I can begin to push it. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, what I'm trying to do is decide if I like this idea with this arm being like this, and comparing it to, here we go, this idea. I'm like trying to find this happy place with this original idea, right? One of the original ideas. And these ideas from last week. That's where my mind is at. That's where the last, 2 years of work and taking breaks and coming back to it, and work and taking breaks and coming back to it. Like all of that is now it's gotten to the point of like, I'm happy with this. I like this. How much do I like this compared to how much do I like that? Because I really like this, even though this wasn't a final thought. I really like all the avenues I went down and all the design elements that I made. And I was like, there's things that are still missing, and that's why I feel the need to try to bridge the gap from 2 years ago to today. So yeah, world building concept, this character, this prosthetic arm prop, her face and everything like that. I think it's time, right? hopefully that's straight. Right? That's so funny. All right. So, what was I doing with this? Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so hopefully what today is going to bring is just the ability for me to finally get some sketches in that I can begin to finally do the digital renders to finalize this character's design. Now that I'm finally in the place to begin to actually work on this character beyond just like trying to figure her out. I wonder if I could just look at a paper clip somewhere. Or am I gonna have to use like there we go. That way I don't have to keep okay. Alright. That way I don't have to keep flipping the page back and forth. Paper clip this thing. Okay. we got going on here? Okay. That's what that is. So, oh dang, that's what that is. That. Ooh, I wanted to look that up too. Dang. Hmm. It's crazy now that I think about it. Um, Interesting. All right, that's what I gotta work on. What if I just draw that? Yeah, what if I just draw that? Let's make life a little bit easier, right? high up as I can go, huh? Yeah, let me do that. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So how did that go? Interesting. Hmm. That actually makes sense. Okay. Let's go down that road. Dang, how did that go? Like that. Something like that, right? Hmm. Right. Right. What's it down? It's down there. Okay, treat it like that. Hmm. How we looking? How's the audio looking? Hmm. 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 See, I'll keep it that way for now. It's crazy if it just comes to that. Hmm. Okay. So that's not even all that necessary. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, that would actually be really interesting to have to like explore in the future with future characters. Hmm. Should need something like that, huh? Keep going. Alright. Wow. I heard something like that. Oh well. Figure that one out later.
everybody here. Let's just take our time, be patient, not overdo it. Now, if I can actually get to the water treatment area, I'm assuming it's like a hidden spot like that. Then we had to move to get like down the ladder for the other thing. I don't see anybody here. There's no way we're running alone right here on this long stretch. I'm gonna see a zombie here in a second. Actually, I don't know what to actually take here, because I want to take this, because I feel like it's actually worthwhile. We could, like, use a few weapons. That's close. I'm gonna get spotted, actually. Hold on. Should break, right? There it goes. Yeah, I want to keep, like, my
What's
melee
happening?
stuff on. That way, if I happen to get, like, I don't know.
Mm.
If I'm gonna get spotted, I actually gotta start swinging. I don't want, like, be... Hold on. Right now. Assassination. If I have the other thing on me to throw...
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Hmm. If I did that, do I even need those? 1, 2, 3. Time up. Time up. Mm-hmm. 1, 2. How was I going across? I mean, if those are here. So there we go. Hmm. Oh, damn. I'm gonna do it like that. Okay. That's one thing I didn't draw, huh? Give me a second, I'll be right back, bro. I got to BRB. Alright, sorry about that, y'all. Oof. What are we doing? Yeah, so part of the rabbit hole that I went down was things that I realized I was gonna need to like kind of look up and look into and kind of, you know what I'm saying, like be like, if I want to understand everything that I'm working on better right now, and I do, like, I mean understand it on like on a deeper level, that way when it comes to being able to illustrate these things and draw these things and not just kind of have like the whole when in doubt, black it out sort of thing. To have a better understanding, I'm gonna have to research all sorts of crazy things when it comes to this character. You know, one thing about cybernetics that always kind of baffled me, kind of always was like interesting to me, was the fact that if it was gonna move, you know what I mean? Like when I think about like prosthetics, I think about the rudimentary stuff, like I was saying in the beginning of the stream, saying I think about like pirate peg legs, Captain Hook's hook hand, you know what I'm saying? Prosthetics for the most part have just been those sort of things, and then just kind of like advanced to the point where it's a little bit more, I'm guessing, a little bit more convenient for the person who needs the prosthetic. Part of the rabbit hole that I went down was real, you know what I mean, like reading that like a majority of the people that don't have a you know what I mean, a limb that would be using a prosthetic don't even use prosthetics. There's a whole philosophy behind it about like about the convenience to inconvenience factor. You hear about a whole lot of things about like how the attachments, they hurt, you know what I mean? There's a comfort thing that gets involved, and I'm sure it's like different for every individual, you know what I mean? So it's like a case by case thing. It's such a unique thing. That was a part of the rabbit hole that I went down, was just learning that, and I was just like, oh man, you know what I mean? Like, I guess it's kind of true. I see it out there with like people with like prosthetics on. You know what I mean? Yeah. But something that I always thought about, those prosthetics are inanimate. You know what I mean? Me being an animation person, I'm into animation, things moving, things living, things being alive, all that stuff. And, you know, things being alive having a sense of like, sense of movement to them, even when we're talking about like plants and stuff that don't necessarily move, they still grow, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, so then when prosthetics crossed over from being these inanimate things to animate things, and I don't know when that happened, I don't know when the idea was introduced, you know what I mean, like kind of robots go all the way back to the early days, you know what I mean? Think about like in Japan, they got those square robot dolls, and the intergalactic movie video with the Beastie Boys, like those kind of robots go way back to like the 50s or something crazy like that. War of the Worlds with like aliens and like aliens taking over, and they had all these like machines. So like Machinery goes back a while, you know what I mean? Goes back a ways, but machinery being kind of moving in an animated way of like something that's living is, you know what I mean, something within the last 100 years, you know what I mean, as far as I know. I don't know if it has anything to do with like the industrial age or anything like that, like post-industrial age. Like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't look into it that much. But when prosthetics go from being this inanimate thing to an animate thing, now, that's the thing that I always think about, is when, like, the Terminator hand, when it's the robot and he's still moving it, and it's like that I think hits the audience different. I think the audience get, you know what I mean? Like when we see stuff like that, all of a sudden there's something else going on where, you know what I mean, you can have Captain Hook all day with his hook hand and be like, yo, I don't want to get touched by that hook hand because it'll hurt. But like the Terminator hand compared to the hook hand, you see what I'm saying? There's a big difference there, right? So something I always thought about, and even like the prosthetics, when you hear about how like the prosthetics hurt when they're applied or when they use them, you know what I mean? The pressure, if they have like the peg leg, the pirate peg leg, or if they have like just the prosthetic leg, you know what I mean? That socket where it has to like kind of connect to them and everything like that. There's a pain factor because of the nerves and things like that. And like I said, I'm sure like all injuries, they're all different. You got to play them all by ear. So maybe some people it hurts more, some people it hurts less. I wouldn't know, but that's something that I always thought about. And I do mean like I always thought about it. Like this stuff is stuff that you just kind of learn throughout your life. So even when I was a kid, I was kind of like, you know what I mean, being introduced to these ideas, and you know what I mean, not thinking about them on a daily basis, but you think about it. You know what I mean? It's just something that comes up and you think about it. And yeah, lately, in recent years, with technology and everything else, I don't know, 10 years, in the past 10 years perhaps, like the development of animated prosthetics has become a thing. Like, that was another part of the rabbit hole I went down. They were just talking about like robot arms, and I was like looking into that. Again, that's why I kind of came in late. I was ready on time, and I kind of came in late because I just went down several rabbit holes, and I was just like, nope, nope, that. Like, another one was like robot arms and like cranes and claws and things like that, and I was just like, but they were talking about like the actual completely robotic, programmed, maneuverability, programming, hardware, software relationship has nothing to do with a living being or a person or anything like that, but technology like that being implemented with the thing, with you know what I mean, for even something like a crane game, you know what I mean, at the arcade, or you know, the construction site with the cranes, everything from that to that, you know what I mean, like the science, and you think about Resident Evil when you're handling the biological stuff, and you got the crane arm to handle the G virus, T virus, whatever all that stuff is, you know what I mean, like coming up with synthesizing, you know what I mean, something to cure Jill, whatever it is, and you gotta like plug in all this stuff, and you got that little crane on, like talking about those things, like those are all just completely robotic. And but yeah, I was like, was it always as simple as applying something like that to a person? And I was just like, well, no, because of the programming aspect. I don't know how you would program software to be able to interact with the thought process. You know, the reason why we're able to move our bodies the way that we do, you know what I mean, move them at will. We, you know what I mean, we don't even have to sit there and like think about it or focus about it. We just naturally kind of move as we do things, you know what I mean. So getting a prosthetic to move like that, it was like, oh, okay, I can see why this is like a chapter within the book of like this new technology of prosthetic limbs being able to move. Recently on my X page, I posted about it was really interesting. Some girl had a prosthetic arm that, you know, looked more or less pretty human, and the hand wasn't attached to the arm. The hand was on the floor, but the hand was still moving. And you know what I mean, that could have been a robot, that could have been her moving the hand. Like, who knows what kind of signal that takes, because it's not connected. You know what I mean? Thinking about technology, the reason why streamers are able to stream, or just technology in general, is, you know what I mean, the internet connection and things like that. But it's like there's landline connected, hardwired, and then there's Wi-Fi, which is like that floating in the air stuff. You know, you think about those black and white pictures back when they were inventing the light bulb, and they were doing all sorts of things with electricity, and then Tesla had that Tesla coil, and you know what I mean, those crazy images of Tesla with the lightning in the air and all that stuff. And then you look at our streets and you have power lines that were what we opted for instead of the Tesla electricity in the air. We opted for power lines that kind of kept the electricity, you know what I mean, under control, rather than just out there crazy. You know what I mean? Think about it like my hair. Like, my hair is kind of like a power line, as opposed to if it wasn't in a lock like this, it would just be out of control. You know what I'm saying? Similar to that. So the reason why our bodies just move the way we do, you know what I mean, is the electrical signal coming from our brains, whether we're thinking about it or not. Our brains are sending that electricity, you know what I mean? And electricity is always traveling, these fruit flies. Electricity is always traveling, you know what I mean, at the speed of light, I would imagine. I always like to think about, I don't know, I guess as an example, like the movie Ant-Man, when you have like regular people, and then when Ant-Man's like big, you know, he's gigantified, he moves a little bit slower. And I always wondered why, you know what I mean? Like why is that a thing, that, you know, bigger living things move slower than smaller living things? And then it's like, I think it was because of the time that it takes for that electricity, that light signal, to go from point A to point B. When it's a smaller living thing, it just gets there faster, so it moves faster. While, you know, a bigger object, same power, same electricity, same light, same electrical signal, it takes a little bit longer, just because the point A to point B is more. You know what I mean? Think about the game Shadow of the Colossus, things like that. When you got these giants roaming around, and they move a little bit slower, you know what I mean? And then compared to your character, the way your character moves and has the ability to sit there and jump on it, climb on the colossi, and do all the, you know what I mean, play that whole game. So when it comes to like prosthetics that you can go from non-moving prosthetics to moving prosthetics, it can't just be something like, you don't want to have a robotic arm that you need to manipulate with your other hand, a controller, because then you're utilizing the one hand that you got in order to move the other hand and move that around. You need to be able to just send that signal, and for the sake of convenience, you don't want to have to operate something else. You don't want to have to go on your computer open up a program and start moving things around in order to move the arm around. You know what I mean? Like, that stuff is for the robots. It's not necessarily for the cyborg type of thing. So, something that I always think about is the electrical signal. You know what I mean? And how necessary it is for, you know what I mean? Until like Wi-Fi became a thing, like the hardwiring of the electrical signal. You know what I mean? The Ethernet cable compared to the Wi-Fi signal, for instance. Obviously, the Wi-Fi there is no connection, but with the Ethernet cable there's the connection. And growing up, pre cybernetic technology, you know what I mean, I spent a lot of time just thinking about like the difficulty that it must take for the leaps and bounds. And like I said, these are thoughts that I had like 20 years ago, like not even thinking about this story or anything like that, just thinking like, how is science gonna do it? You know what I mean? Like growing up, we had like Luke Skywalker, and you know, they were like kind of plugging and playing with his arm, and his arm had like this little hatch that would open up, and it was like that was the place, that little hatch where it opened up was where the connection from the robot to the body happened. And even watching those movies growing up in the 90s, like that could have been when it started, just trying to figure out, you know what I mean? Like, you watch Terminator, you watch Star Wars, and you're just like, how is the robot hand moving? You know what I mean? It's not a robot hand anymore. It's, you know, Luke Skywalker's robot hand it's his hand now, and it operates according to the way that he wants to do it. And I think that, like, even in that Star Wars movie, like, they were touching parts to show like the finger moving according to the touching the part, and it's like suggesting that it was connecting the nerves to the robot. And I was just, you know what I mean, when you're a kid it means nothing, but when you grow up and you realize like pain and all that other stuff, and the whole reason why we experience feeling in the first place, feeling whether it's something good or bad, it's like, you know, we have that nervous system. And just thinking about like how painful nerves are, you know what I mean? If you ever, any movie scene or any scene ever, I just surgery scene on a show. I don't watch surgery shows, you know what I mean? But I would imagine like you've seen like movies where they like operated on somebody and they had to like kind of get a nerve or something like that, and you're like, man, if you directly touching a nerve, like that's got to be extremely painful. Like hooking up Luke Skywalker's hand to be able to do that couldn't have been anything easy. You know what I mean? One, you got to find the nerve. Two, then you got to apply it. You know what I mean? But like mechanically it makes sense. You know what I mean? That you're sending that electrical signal. The electrical signal can then feed into the metallic part, and then however like all that stuff works. You know what I mean? Call an electrician, and you know what I mean, with the copper wire and the, you know, the red wire, the green wire. Which one are you? You know what I'm saying? Do you cut the blue wire? Do you cut the red? Like all that sort of stuff comes into play. But then it's like, okay, well that's how you get like the cybernetic part to function. And it's like, okay, like I've never been able to like really wrap my head around that, all that sort of stuff. But you know what I mean, in recent years you start seeing like the technological advances with not just like wireless connectivity, but then also like prosthetics, and prosthetics being able to move. And you know what I mean, even if it is rudimentary, even if it is like Captain Hook's claw, maybe you know what I mean, it's just like a pincer essentially. You know what I mean? Even that alone, being able to operate that just through the mind is crazy. There's people who don't have any use of their limbs that are able to play video games just with the mind alone. with you know what I mean, hardware, software, whatever it is, being able to read, I guess, like the eye movements, and then like understand the suggestions somehow that someone's making with, like, just with their face, with their eyes, and all that other stuff. I don't really quite like understand all that stuff yet, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like these are all the things that I consider and that I think about, and then it's like, okay, all of that is already over my head. And now within this make-believe world that I'm trying everything to do, like create a hard magic system, create a hard technological system. It's like, okay, so how do I take something that's over my head but make it grounded even though I don't understand it, and then apply all that stuff? And yeah, just recently, like within this past week, I saw that post on X of that person with a disconnected cybernetic hand that was moving, but it was clearly a part of the arm prosthetic that she had on. I don't know how real that video is. Let's say it's completely real. You know what I mean? Like, how are they tapping in to like that Wi-Fi signal? You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand it. I mean, clearly it has something to do with the brain sending the signal out. You know what I mean? But this one, it was like, I think it was like a 5-finger, or, you know, 4-fingered plus a thumb hand. You know what I mean? Like it was a completely complete robotic, you know, cybernetic hand, and all of it was moving pretty lifelike, like a hand to me. And that sort of like, I want the word intricate, but intricacy, that sort of, that kind of intricacy is just like, you know what I mean? How many connections need to be made in order for that? Is that any sort of connection that's anything like, you know what I mean, the Luke Skywalker, you know what I mean, just testing out in that hatch to see like each individual finger going every time they, you know what I mean, poke a nerve, you know what I mean? Like, how much is actually going on when they're fitting these things onto something? And it's like, I'm not trying to like go through and understand all of it really, but just seeing these things is wild. Is wild. And while I'm over here making some sci-fi fantasy thing over here that I want more of a hard magic system for, it's like, having to research things is crazy. What I'm saying is, I need to like look up a nervous system. Now, I've looked up nervous systems in the past. They look crazy to me. Nervous systems, they look like centipedes to me, or like millipedes, you know what I mean? It's just like a wire with a bunch of wires coming out of it. So it's like a millipede where it's like the main wire with all the, you know what I mean, millions of little legs on it. But yeah, I wonder how much of it is what, like, if they're able to just use a chip to tap into the nervous system, and then just understanding what nerves operate what part of the body, if that's how they like really use these things. You know what I mean? It would be easy for me to just design this character however I see fit, and then just say, yeah, it just works by magic, and then, you know what I mean, just start and just move forward. But I don't know, like, that's just not the way I operate, or else I could have been done with this a long time ago, you know. if I thought that that was like fitting, then that's what I would have done. But yeah. So, like I said, I went down like a rabbit hole and a half, meaning there was like a half a dozen or so rabbit holes within the rabbit hole of the history of prosthetics. I just wanted to look up the history of prosthetics, and then not even thinking about the fact that prosthetics don't even have the anatomical feature to them. Prosthetics are just like the standalone product that doesn't move, you know what I mean? And I was just like, wait, where's all the technological advances? And then it was like, oh no, that's like a different thing. And I was like, oh Jesus. So then I started looking into the different thing, and then that's when I was just like, oh, they had to jump over like several hurdles to go from, you know what I mean, the pirate peg leg and the Captain Hook hand, all the way to, you know what I mean, a fully anatomical arm that can detach a hand and the hand can still move. Like, they had to go jump through like several hurdles to be able to make something like that happen. And I was just like, oh my god. Now, just with the Luke Skywalker thing alone, I was like, I'm gonna have to look at the nervous system. And now, nervous system aside, I was like, I'm gonna have to like look up all this stuff, even the crane arms, and understanding things. Like, I understand, like, just through human anatomy, the difference between like an elbow joint and a shoulder joint, you know what I mean, and the wrist, and you know what I mean, the way that everything is able to move within the human body. Like, at least visually, I'm able to understand it and apply it. And understand like why it's difficult for robotic things to be able to do that, because you would essentially have to reconstruct a human body, you know what I mean, and the human body is incredibly like detailed. But what I'm doing in this sci-fi is like going beyond that. So it's like, okay, I'm already in over my head, and I'm going beyond, you know what I mean, what the human body is physically capable of, and then trying to understand the hardware and the software that goes into going beyond the human body. It's a crazy thing. It's a crazy thing to sit and consider. You know what I mean? If you look at anything and everything as far as like how technology goes, all of it is based on life. You know what I mean? There's that saying, and I've said it plenty of times, art imitates life and life imitates art. They're these two things that feed each other, and there's nothing that's ever existed that didn't exist in life already. So it's like life happened, and then people happened, regardless of what you believe, and then like inventions happened. So there is no invention that doesn't follow life. You know what I mean? Like, there's always a life parallel to any inanimate thing. So to consider what's beyond and people being like the greatest living thing, we're the apex on the planet, right? It's like, how do you go beyond that? What does that look like? You know what I mean? You have to start going into like some of the best inventions that ever happened. And it's partially a joke, but it's partially not. Like, sometimes there's that saying, the expression, it's what do they say? It's better than sliced bread. You know what I mean? Like, sliced bread being like this piece of ingenuity that we've all been able to benefit from. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you find like some of the best things Another one being like the was it the not the Swiss Army knife, is it? But it's like the multi-tool. The multi-tool being this little compact thing that can like has 100 tools in it, and you can kind of do a lot of things with it. You know, roadside kits, all those sort of things, health kits. You know what I mean? Your basic, your basic medical kit that is in every household. Like there's all sorts of like technologies that exist that are just like a step above like other just other inventions. You know what I mean? And then you have like some things that are kind of just fun for a little bit, but there's really no longevity. There's really no like long-term use for certain things. Like, I don't know, fidget spinners, for instance. Like, that's an invention. Somebody invented it. It got its 15 minutes, and then we move on. Like, then there's those things as well. Like, so obviously those things aren't like pushing the boundaries. Those aren't going beyond. But then there's like some things that just do. They just have that longevity, like sliced bread, like a multi-tool. You know what I mean? Like a Flintstone. Like you know what I mean? Like there's just some little things that are like, okay, you know what I mean? Like a little fire starter kit. There's just some things that just they're like the peak of technology for whatever that thing is, and the longer that it's relevant, the more important that it is. So I'd be thinking about like how do you push technology? You know what I mean? Like if we're at the point where we have Wi-Fi prosthetic hand manipulation, what's beyond that? You know what I mean? Because if prosthetic hand manipulation was the end goal for me, I could have just like drew an arm on this character, colored it a different color, and be like, alright, we're good, we're done. But there's gotta be more to it, right? I mean, I guess there doesn't gotta be, but you know what I'm saying? Like, for who this character is, there's more to it. And I was just like, man, how much do I need to really study all these several other things? And that's why I was late to the stream today, because I was just like reading all sorts of craziness. But yeah. Oof. Even just looking at these, like, I'm looking up the nervous system right now, like even looking at this stuff, I get like goosebumps, man. This is not my shtick over here. It creeps me out. Okay. Alright, so that's the way that works. How do I want to draw this? Where is this? There we go. So I wonder if this is 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, something that I'm thinking about is that dismembered prosthetic hand that was still moving. Like even stuff like that will just spark the imagination and get me going. And it's probably just because I be thinking about all this stuff all the time, like, you know, me working on this story and everything like that. Like, I mean, I don't know how much I've shared about this story in relation to how much is actually involved. Like, I couldn't even give you a percentage to say, like, hey, I kind of like shared 50% of everything that's happened. Like, could be 50%, it could be like I've shared like 5%. You know what I mean? It's like I said, when I worked on the when I work on these maps, and I'm just now kind of finishing the second map. You know what I mean? I'm not even done with it yet. That's what this character is a part of. It's like, like I said, I'm just now like scratching the surface with this stuff. Like I said the other day, this is just getting started. Is just the kickoff. So it's like, I don't know how much of that like deals with there we go. Let me look at that again. Yeah, so I don't know how much of like sharing everything that goes on in this world, as far as, I don't know, I guess the technology slash the magic system goes in this world in comparison to how much of the world map I've covered, you know, so far. But it's like, I've just barely gotten started with the map, which means I've just barely gotten started with like characters, environments, props, vehicles, all that sort of stuff. And it's like, I don't know how much of this stuff I've already tackled, as far as like some of these characters being like, that are going to help me down the line when I start working on other things. I'm establishing things with characters already now. That way it's like going to be super easier the more I go through with it. This character is probably just one of the most, like, you know what I mean? This character right here is probably just doing it the most. Alright, so maybe that's how that works. Maybe that's how that works. I mean, it makes sense. And it goes to that. That makes so much sense. Okay. Let me see something. Yeah, I'm just looking at the nervous system. I'm not even pulling it up to like show y'all, because I don't know. I don't want to spend too much time here. Like, this stuff gives me goosebumps, like, looking at it. You know what I mean? Like, my nerves start to go crazy. You know what I mean? Take it from me, I just interlocked some of my locks, right? And right now, I got like, ain't nothing like when you interlock like one side of your skull over here, and you feel the pull having over here, and then you interlock something over here on this side, and now you got on both sides of your head just these fresh new knots that are just pressing and pulling on the skin on your skull and all that other stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Sometimes when I do my hair, my skull, my head, the nerves in it just be screaming sometimes. You know what I mean? Where they say beauty is pain, pain is beauty, one of those things. 3, 4. Okay. Tight. So 1, 2, and 3. It's basically there. So 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So the only thing that I'm trying to do, not only as I'm like understanding the nervous system, and then thinking about that flap on Luke Skywalker's arm, where, you know what I mean, the body meets the animatronic hand. Is like, I don't want to say for his arm it must have been easy, just because, you know what I mean, like you're just attaching something on there and you need to connect all the things. The arm itself is already like a wire. When you're dealing with parts like, you know, I mean, the arm is like a wire just because of the shape. You know what I mean? Like a wire is a tubular cylindrical shape. Your arm is like a tubular cylindrical shape. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Even if you're thinking about an electrical wire, you have like a, you know what I mean, the plastic coating on the outside and then all the wires on the inside. Same thing. Like attaching Luke's arm together like that. Like, I'm not saying that it's easy. I'm just saying it's easier than other parts of the body if you were to have to do it. That was another thing I was looking into in part of that rabbit hole. Oh my god. It was talking about like all the differences of like when someone loses a piece of a limb on this part of the limb, or if they lose a piece of the limb on this part of the limb. I was just like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't watch those videos of like skateboarders wrecking themselves and all that other stuff. Like, I can't do it. You know what I mean? Like all that stuff. Like, I know people that are like into that stuff. I can't do it. So it's like, so even just looking at the nervous system, my nerves just start going like screaming. You know what I'm saying? I just interlocked some of my hair right now. My skull is on fire. That's actually why I got my hair tied up. Is so that way gravity's not pulling down on them. Or else it would just be like even worse than it is right now. But interlocking the hair like this, it does also help give the face a little bit of like that surgery look. You know what I mean? Like when they pull your face back like this, the skin gets pulled back on your skull, so the face kind of tighten up a little bit like that. That y'all wonder how I stayed looking young so long. Alright, but anyways, some parts of the body are a little bit more difficult than other parts of the body. Like I said, the arm, even though I'm sure like attaching nerves is like super difficult, and I don't even know if that's something that has to be done when it comes to applying prosthetics to people like that, but it probably does. You know what I mean? You probably got to put those people under. The shoulder socket is an even crazier place than just the arm, because the arm itself, it's like, okay, like everything is right here, all the nerves are right here, you know what I mean? Like you just gotta find the nerve and attach it, find the nerve and attach it, find the nerve and attach it, you know what I mean? Then you put the flap in there so that way you could always make sure that you can get to those little attachments there, and probably, you know what I mean, fix it up, throw some grease in there, lube it up, whatever you gotta do. Whatever electrician tools and all that other stuff. But your shoulder socket is a little bit different. You know what I mean? That part of your body. I mean, you gotta think about the difficulty there. Another thing I was looking into were just shoulder slings, arm slings, you know, things like that. When somebody has, like, you know what I mean, a broken arm and then it's all slinged up like that. You know, looking at those sort of sling technologies and what's happened ever since then. You know what I mean? Like, that was one of the things that was always a little bit difficult that I kind of knew I was going to have to address when it came to working on this character. And that's kind of like why you know what I mean, I take time off and then return to her, is because I was just like, alright, yep, I gotta address it. Like, there's no, like, I still feel that way months later. Like, there, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna not address it then. So I started looking at all sorts of technologies like this, like all the difficulties and intricacies of having to deal with that part of the body, because it's a lot more difficult. You know, think about the Winter Soldier. You know what I mean? Like, we don't see what happened with the Winter Soldier. He fell off a cliff, and next time we see him, he got an arm. What happened? What did the Hydra scientists do? We don't get that scene. I don't know, maybe it's in the movie that's coming up. How crazy is that trailer with showing Bob as the Void? You know what I mean? Who knew that was coming? I didn't see that coming, but I was just like, who's this Bob person? It's gonna be it's gonna end up being somebody. And then I start seeing this this Void clip going around, and I was just like, oh damn, that a little raw. And then I found out, like, oh, that's the new trailer for the Thunderbolts. It's a crazy bad guy. Either way. Thinking about the Winter Soldier. Thinking about every time his arm falls off or something like that, and then he just like pops it back in. Thinking about that whole situation. I guess that's kind of like what I'm working on, essentially. You know, with Cable's character, you know, going back to what I was talking about earlier, thinking about like how Cable's arm like goes here and it creeps up his neck and it covers half of his face and all that other stuff. And then you got, so that's a little bit more of the I guess he has like a cybernetic disease or something like that. So he has like an infection that's like, it, you know, where the circuitry is like growing within his body. So that has nothing to do with doctors working on him and then, you know what I mean, messing with it. This is like just essentially like robotics having a life of its own already, and this parasitic relationship with Cable where it's slowly taking over his entire body and makes his character super cool, but we never see where that goes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always like in this perfect area where, well, I guess his telekinesis keeps it at bay or anything like that, but it's like, why couldn't it just keep it at bay all the way? You know what I mean? Why not just like remove it from your body? I don't know, I'm sure they've probably written stories as to why he can't do that. Anyways, so aside from Cable having like this more software-like cybernetic infection, the Winter Soldier has this more hardwired, you know what I mean, arm. But the arm still functions incredibly dexterous. You know what I mean? Like it's still like it's like that clip on X that I posted sometime in this past week where, you know what I mean, the hand is moving like really well. Like, it's like, whoa, how did they do that? Same thing with the Winter Soldier and his arm. But it looks like an arm, you know what I mean? And that's what I mean as far as like technology. If we're gonna be making these cybernetic parts, we're essentially gonna have to be remaking the human anatomy, which is incredibly like intricate in its own right. Everything from, you know, bone, ligaments, muscles, blood vessels, nervous system, nerves, you know what I mean? Like all that stuff. Once you start combining all that stuff, it's like, okay, you're recreating that in a robotic sense, and then not just that, but you're recreating it in a way that organics, your life, you know what I mean? Like cells, living cells can, to borrow Jada Pinkett's term, like get caught up in entanglements with cybernetics. So that way your cells and cybernetics are commingling, coexisting, and operating as one. And it's hardwired. It's not like the Winter Soldier's arm like grows onto him, and then it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's this hardwired thing. Once it's in there, it's in there. It's doing its thing. It's made out of some indestructible metal, so it ain't going nowhere. You know what I mean? Like it's like, okay, it fits. It's always gonna fit. It's never not gonna fit. Same thing. Oh my god, the thing is back. So thinking about that, what is he attaching to when he takes his arm? What is he attaching to when he takes his arm? I feel like he always has something on. Maybe I should look that up. The Winter Soldier arm. Winter. I feel like he's got to have like some shirtless scenes, right? Where you see what he's attaching to. I'm wondering how much of it is on the outside of his body and how much of it is within the socket. You know what I mean? Like how much is a part of his body and how much is not a part of his body. Yeah, but he always has like a sleeveless shirt on. Oh wow, a lot of people got the tattoo. That's crazy. A lot of people getting that tattoo. Yeah, he always has, you know what I mean? He always has like a vest on or a sleeveless shirt. He always got something, that way you never really quite see the attachment. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean. Like, I could have easily just did that, move forward with my life, and then just always constantly threw a vest and whatever on this character, and just be like, it's the most convenient soft magic thing, soft magic technological advancement ever, and we don't need to understand it at all. Stop asking questions. Right? I could have swore there were scenes like they were back in the there's nothing there. I'm even thinking about like Jax in the second Mortal Kombat movie when he was on the operating table, but they already had the arms in there. And then I think in the movie also, like he eventually like broke them off and he still had his like regular arms. And I was like, ah, come on, that's a Jax cop out right there. Yo, yeah, there's nothing to show his arm, because I'm even thinking about the show, what is it, Winter Soldier and Captain America, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Like, there had to be some scenes in there where his arm, you know what I mean? Like, he had the arm, maybe arm attachment. But that's what I mean. When your production is just moving and you have this comic book character with a fake arm, even if that comic book character was drawn with his shirt off and just like bare chested, and you got to see the arm attached to the body, you know what I mean? It's just like some drawing that goes on right here. Here's the problem with something like that. If you just kind of like took something and put it on, you know what I mean, where you don't have a shoulder there, like, and it's just like your rib cage to your neck, and the only thing there is like your collarbone, so like rib cage, collarbone to your neck. It's like you put anything there, you try to hang a t-shirt with a hanger on there, it's just gravity is gonna make that thing fall off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they never get a shot that's all up in there, huh? They never get a shot that's all up in there. It's just always like something, like of him attaching it, I suppose. All right. All right. Well, that's cool. That's cool, I guess. But that's what I mean. Now, I'm even thinking about, yeah, so nothing there. I'm even thinking about, regarding, no, I missed it. Regarding, Wi-Fi signals and, you know what I mean, prosthetic limbs being able to move through Wi-Fi signal. Even Wi-Fi internet is hardwired in, meaning your internet box, your Wi-Fi box, whatever, modem, router, what do they call that thing? Even that thing has a wire connected to it. That way you don't need to connect anything to it. It just, you connect to it and then it puts out the signal. So even that is hardwired in. That's something that I'm considering. And well, that's something that I've already considered, you know what I mean, a long time ago. But that's what this little bump is right there. Look, that lovely lady bump right there. It's it's like a two-part function of one being able to be attached to, a la Winter Soldier, but then two, it's also able to be used as, like, I guess the Wi-Fi router modem box thing that puts out the signal that allows for this piece to be able to function without it. That's what I've been thinking about ever since I drew this. You know, thinking about Ball Boy over here and how Ball Boy operates. Well, I guess regarding Ball Boy in that anime, he was his own robot. He was an android. He just kind of like worked on his own. He wasn't a cyborg or anything like that. It was just like a piece of technology. So Ball Boy operated on his own, but Ball Boy, my Ball Boy over here, was more of a limb. It was more of a signal that was being sent from her that was being read from it. And the only reason why I was already ready to draw that was because I had already been thinking about these things. And that's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna go down this road with this character, and this character is gonna be the first leap in that direction that I take in this story. So that's why I'm trying to put so much care and attention, and you know what I mean, not just this soft magic of like it just attaches, it just Winter Soldiers itself on. She's always going to be wearing a vest or a sleeveless t-shirt, so she'll never not have something to cover up, you know what I mean, the questionable area. That's where, you know what I mean, the saying, when in doubt, black it out, kind of comes in. It's like, I don't know what's happening because I'm not smart enough to try to figure this out, so I'm just going to kind of cover over it and don't ask me no questions. It's like, you know what I mean, I'm going to have at least a little bit of an understanding if I'm going to extrapolate on this idea. If I'm going to take this idea and really run with it in the future with future characters down the line of this whole thing that I'm working on, it's like I really need to like hunker down, get things right with this character, go ahead and start with the rudimentary and then build up from there. And there's narrative explanations for it, there's all sorts of things that actually explain as far as like this character. Oh, come on. As far as this character goes. So it's like that's why I'm like caring about all this stuff and looking into all these things: prosthetics, slings, animatronics, robotics, wirings, Wi-Fi signals, Luke Skywalker's arm. Darth Vader, come on. Wait, he's missing all of his limbs? He's just a head and a torso? And he just he has all of his limbs? Not only does he have all of his limbs, but then he like uses them to manipulate the Force and everything like that. Like, no, dude, Darth Vader is so strong. He doesn't even have the limbs to be pushing it. Like, he has such an acute understanding and power to possess the Force that he can operate it on a level where, you know what I mean, he doesn't even need the limbs to manipulate the stuff. Like, he's just a torso. It's like that Doctor Strange when he was like, oh, my hands, I can't do it. You know what I mean? Because my hands are jacked up. And then they like showed Buddy without the hand. He was like, yo, Buddy without the hand is doing it. You don't need your hands to do this. Like, he's like, okay. And then Doctor Strange got good. Darth Vader got better. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's that whole crazy mess of trying to study these things, but obviously I'm not studying these things to be like, yo, I'm gonna show y'all. Like, it's more like I just need to understand these things myself in order to be able to draw them with confidence. With that said, yeah, that's essentially what I'm doing here, is creating something like a sling that operates as an anchor for the limb. That is one part limb attachment, like Winter Soldier, but then one part like Wi-Fi signal to be able to project, you know, her thoughts to a device that's not connected to her, like Wi-Fi or like that. You know what I mean? Like Darth Vader, essentially. But yeah, been working on this one for 2 years. Hopefully you can kind of understand why. Hopefully you can kind of be like, oh, I see, says the blind man. Essentially. So yeah. So imagine if you were sticking like a Wi-Fi box. Well, one, imagine all you had was like rib cage, collarbone, and your neck. And then you got to stick a Wi-Fi modem, router, whatever it's called, in place of your shoulder. That's essentially what I'm talking about doing. You know what I mean? And this is still supposed to be the rudimentary technologically, you know what I mean, in this world with dinosaurs. By the way. How did I do it? And this is still just the shoulder for this character. I haven't even gotten into the limb itself. Now we have a little bit of a design. That was what I drew last week. And I already put like all the concepts in there. Not that it's too crazy, but that's the thing that I kind of want to get a little bit more in depth with. Okay. So, okay. How we looking? Yeah, so you gotta kind of think about that Wi-Fi box in your shoulder socket, doubling as an anchor. Oh man, did I delete that already? I did. It was 7, right? There we go. So is that what's happening? That's what's happening. Yo, how cool are the visual effects on that Void character? anime anime is gonna have a field day with utilizing that effect from now on. Live action anime. You know, now that live action anime is taking uh, taking center stage and whatnot, and getting better and better as we go. How many times has anime implemented like, you know what I mean? You not being able to see the character even though they're in broad daylight. You know, One Piece is famous for that. You know how much I love One Piece. Like One Piece will take a character, put them in broad daylight, and completely silhouette them out, and be like, I don't want to show you what this character look like yet. Don't ask me no questions. Like how cool is that effect, the special effects on the Void's character? You know what I mean? Like part of it is awesome because like when you look up and you have the sun in your eye, and you know what I mean, if there was like a flying character floating right there, like yeah, they would be silhouetted out. But then when he's just like always silhouetted out no matter what time of day, you know what I mean, regardless of the lighting situation, regardless of anything, he's just this silhouetted out character. I think that there was a shot where you could still see like his, you know what I mean, the shine, the highlight in his eyes, you know what I mean. It's such a tight effect, yo. It was so good. You know, if I was on the fence about that movie, that might have got me. Just the effect alone, just to see it. You know what I mean? Just to experience the effect on the silver screen. But yeah, I can see like anime, live action anime really leaning into that effect in the coming years. You know, One Piece live action has been happening. Now is, you know, Oda's gonna be able to go full hog on silhouetting out characters in his narrative, in his storytelling, just like he does in his anime. Hmm. So, so, wow, so just draw that. Okay, so that's what it is. And how does that go? Mm, mm, is it like that? Yeah, so back when I was working on the digital stuff, I was hoping to dip into some digital today. When I was working on some of the digital stuff with her, you might have recalled I had like antennas coming out of her head. Part of it was just because it's aesthetically cool to be like to have those sort of things. You know what I mean? You know, like Gundam and them. But it's also like I was like playing with the idea of, you know what I mean? Like signal output, like telekinetic Wi-Fi signal output. You know what I mean? What would that look like? What, you know what I mean? Is it necessary? Things like that. You know, even like looking at these things now that I'm kind of like counting them after looking at the nervous system, probably not even accurate. You know what I mean? Soft magic system and all that. Even like counting these things. Lends itself to when I was like drawing like this stuff here, you know what I mean? And trying to figure out like what's going on here, you know what I mean? Like I wasn't ready to really tackle it just yet, but I was like there's something, there's stuff happening, you know what I mean? I'm finally getting around to it. What I draw there? There we go. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Hmm.
Want to share the recipe?
This is my main dish, Captain Shed. Multifascination. Oh, that's the smell I love when you're with me. Oh,
Hold on. Let's fix that. Here we go. That's an interesting song choice. Oh wow. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. There we go. Some pads. Uh, Alright. Good enough for me for now. I'm gonna take 15. I'll be back. Alright, I think I'm good on that. So I'm just thinking of this thing as a scaffolding, essentially. Like this entire harness, sling, you know. Alright. So now what do I want to do? Oh, this floating piece. It's a little bit of a UFO technology, right? Oop. How's it say? It's always so difficult to get the bottom of the page. There we go. All right. Oh wow. Oh snap. You got a lead? Nah, you got a lead? What's going on with you? Okay, so the piece of lead that's in there. Oh, come on. Come here. Stop breaking. There we go. So this is the last piece of lead in here. Alright, so how the heck is this thing going? So it's 1. That's 2. Huh. Wonder if it would make more sense to just do that. So 1, 2, hold on. Sorry about this, y'all. I'm looking at this hot mess. So So we're at 9. And we gotta set up 1. Definitely 1. Definitely 2. And then 3. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's just break this down. Hold on. So I need 9 and 12. Okay. This is what we're doing. Okay. One, 2, and 3. Let's see that again. Right, that's easy. That's an easy 1. So that's definitely, and that's definitely, so that's going to be the most rudimentary 1. So 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. 7, 8, 9. 12. So all these things need to be divided into quarters. Wait, how did I do that? That's how. Okay. Dang, man. This page, so close to the spine, the page is like bent. I'm getting like this curve from drawing on. So close to the spine. I forgot we're already more than like, we're past halfway through this book already. Just started it, man. What's happening? Okay. So we need is that what's happening? Okay. So okay. Wow. So yeah, that folds. Let me just see this. Interesting. So let's just so there we go. Hold up. Nope. No, we're good. We're good.
Hmm.
Okay. Interesting. So this
is how
let's see this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Big, little, big, little. That's 3, 4. Big, little, big, little. So it'll be. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then, yeah, 4. Three, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go this way with it. Let's go this way. And this, you need to connect back. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is little big. Yeah. So little, big, little, big. Okay. It's nonsense. It's nonsense trying to make sense of this joint. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry, it's all nonsense. Soft magic system, soft magic system. Alright, so how do we do this now? So we have N, F, we have M, which is what we need here, and then this is the F, and then F. I did not. Okay. So this is Then where are the L's? Where are the B's? So the L obviously would be here. So 1B would be here. Hold on. Yeah. It'll be okay. Yeah, just stick with it. Just see it through. L. And then B. Does that make sense? Or can I mean, it almost makes more sense to go this way with it. But if I did that, L being here. So L, B, L, B. Yeah, so we start here. ML, we start, and then we roll that way. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So LB, L, and then B. And then, yeah. Okay. Now, where do these things fall? Just for the sake of, just for the sake of aesthetics. Oh wait, you're out of lead too? Come on. Look at me, I draw too much, y'all. I draw so much. Okay, so if we have this now, and we are going to do this kind of falls here, right? So that's where it falls everywhere then. Right? Right. Okay. So here to there. Here to there. And then same thing. Here. Here. Right? Right. Okay. So now how does all that hold out? Don't worry, it all makes sense. Really, I'm trying to figure out something else. You know what I mean? Okay, so that's how we're doing it. So let's just draw it. So if we're gonna go this way, let's go ahead and do this. Maybe that's where this comes into play. Okay. So how do I want to do this? Okay. So we're gonna have
The man,
one,
mama never nice. She from Japan, looking so tight.
4,
Papa said, fish got ice.
1, 2. Oh, that's so crazy.
All night.
That's so crazy. So it goes like this. And then down. And connect. Wow. That's crazy.
Nice. The man, mama never nice. She from Japan, looking so percent. She got ice.
This is only one of this side. It's like that.
Straight all night.
So this is F, which would make this F, alright? Which would then make this M, F, yep. So then this is this has to be F. And so this has to be N. And this is B, F, L, M, B, and this is M, L. Okay. Don't worry, soft magic systems.
Mama never nice. The man, mama never nice. She from Japan, looking so tight. Percent,
Oh wow, I didn't even see that. Okay. So that's what those are. That's what those will serve as. And so cool. Bye. Alright, so how do I wanna do that? That's how? Okay, let's just play. Mm, they essentially fold out from there, so how do I want to start this? So let's do that. And this one. We'll go that way. This is incredibly difficult. Okay. So now this one, what would be? Well, let's just follow. Let's just follow. Hmm. Okay. It's so funny that I'm doing this right now. I have some designs I did in a way back sketchbook. It's probably like 2 side piece sketchbooks ago that has levels of complexity beyond this one. And I'm just like, okay, when I get to those, it's gonna be nuts. Because essentially it's this, but with like layers added on top. Okay. Anyways, don't think about that right now. Let's focus on this. Okay, what if I... Okay. Okay. That's interesting. There's opportunity there. Wow. Yeah. I like it. Okay. Okay. So it's that. And y'all. Alright. So that's the difference. Interesting. Bottom left. Alright, what am I supposed to do with you? FB. Ah. Maybe yeah, let's just do it anyways. Did I draw that? I did. What did I draw? So okay. I mean, I drew this like that. I mean, does that have any play right there? Yeah, because that's... Alright, getting lost in the sauce here. Hold on. So... this one will break like... FB. What are we doing? Got FLFB. Where are you at? FLFB. ML. One, two, three, four. ML is 1. B. Okay. Whoa. This actually works. That's impossible. This should not be working out as well as it is. Okay. 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 So 1. How do we? Okay. What am I doing? M. F. How did that one go? Like this. Now this one, shut out like that. Like, how am I doing this one? Kinda folds in, so if I do the same, if I do samesies, if I go samesies and roll it inwards like that, I mean, there's that, or here kind of makes a little more sense. I mean, the only other thing I think I could do is piece them both in there, right? Bottom left. Okay. Wait, so what's going on here? 1, 2, 3. Interesting. Yo, so I could, oh man, I could piece this one up. So this is, Alright, so let's figure this one out. So if we're going 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's what happened. Interesting. Alright, so left. Okay. There we go. So we have that. This, we got 2. Interesting. I did not label that, so that's 2 and 3. So yeah, let's do it this way then. Alright, so 1, 2. Alright, so how did that go on? Okay. Yo, I just realized how much hearts, diamonds, and spades are defining this character. So dumb. Alright. So, how do I want to... ML. What is ML? Okay. So you're like that, and I gotta work with that. Y'all gonna connect with that. So FB ML. So FB here. Got you. And connects to FL. ML here. So it's those two. Connects to you. Yeah. Alright, so what am I gonna do? Choose. Kinda makes sense to put one here. And kinda makes sense to put one here. Interesting. Why am I drawing this in blue pencil? I thought this was gonna end up being a little more difficult. Well, actually, yeah. I'll go over it with the regular pencil. So, alright, so we got the F. Now ML. Let's get you in here. To the ML, FL. Whoa. Hold on. MB. Whoa. Whoa. Yo, that's crazy. So, okay, so how does, let's do this. Going F to M, going ML to 1, 2. ML to FL. ML to FL. I mean, okay, so we'll just do it that way then. Yeah, actually. Yeah, let's do. Is this it? Is this how it has to go? Yes. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. So here. Okay, now MB. MB number 4 down there. So, okay, that kind of makes sense. Alright. So let's go. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so we got a couple of heavy spots, and then we got the intricate spot. That's what I needed. Alright. Erase that. Actually, put that there. So, one. One, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Interesting. That's so cool. That is so cool. Alright, so what do we got? So what do we got here? I mean, we got 2 heavies right here. There's 2 heavies. 2 heavies up top. We're gonna have fun with those. And then we got connection here. Oh, that's my bad. You're actually supposed to be... Look at me tripping. Alright, so what do we got? Connect. Interesting. I bet I could even identify those over here. So that is, well, let me color them in here. So we got the F connection. I mean, it's either or, right? It's either or. So that one connects. To this one. Then in turn let's just make it this one, right? Right, so it's definitely gonna be this one. So this connects directly. this is the one that loops back around and connects. Wow. Okay, so. Whoa. Okay. So this one right here. We'll connect back to this one. And then, whoa. It's cray cray. It's cray cray. That actually worked out. What's happening? So yeah, let's figure this part out. So we got 2, we got 3. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4.5. Dang. So that's interesting. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a half. And then I don't think we have anything. This one, do we? So that's got to be used. Well, okay, we got that. I think. That's super cool. Hold on. Okay. How many do we got here, man? We got. Can't use this one. Maybe this one. What is this? This connects to that. What is that? What do we got going on down here? So ML. That's ML. So that is FL. FL. So FL can't be used. ML can't be used. Interesting. So I got like 1. This connection right here. Wow. I only got 1 and 2. Dang. Alright, 1 and 1. Oop. 1 and 1. Hey, what are you doing? 1. 1. Okay. So if those are value 1, those are value 2, those are value 3. So what do we got? Sorry about this drawing in these colors. It's getting so complex. I kind of just needed to, you know what I'm saying. So this is 4, 4, 1. This is a 2, 4, 4, 2, 1. And this is 2. So this. The fact that the forearm is gonna have the most is gonna be crazy. That I did not anticipate, but it works out for the better. So this is 9. This is 12, 13. Yeah. And then 6. That makes sense. That makes so much sense. Huh. guess this. Dope. Oh, that's so dope. Where that falls? Oh, what does that look like now? Oh, what does that look like now? Can I even use this anymore? I just gotta readjust and realign. Yeah, let's do that one. What's she doing over there? Let's do that one. Holy cannoli. So what time is it? Oh dang, it's already that time. Hold on. Whoa. Oh yeah, I came in a little bit late, so I'm gonna stay a little bit late. But with that, where we at with that? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll figure that part out. Oh, that was what I did there. Okay. Crazy. Oh, that one goes halfsies. Okay. Hmm. That one's going halfsies, and it's going around this way. Hmm. That's so crazy. Hmm. Interesting. So that's going to be something like that. Same thing with you. Interesting. So this What does that look like? Technically, hmm. Hmm. That's so interesting. Wow. No way. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's incredible. And then, yeah. I mean, essentially you can go right there. Like, who cares, right? Yo. Let me do this. What about that? Ah. Right. so that's gonna be 1 and 2. So, ooh, we could put 1 right here. And 2 right here. That's what's up. And then what? This one got another one. And another one. Besides the connection right there that I have these. It's so dope. See, because now what has to happen is I gotta be able to turn this around and have it function. You know what I mean? Just give her arm a complete turnaround. Yeah. Can I even do that? Yeah, I guess technically I can. That's incredible. And then still. Alright, and then all that kind of happens that way. Wow, so how does that look then? How does that look if I merge those? Hey. Says a 2468. snap, so that's 17. Dang, look at me. Look at my math all off. We'll start counting here. Oh, I didn't count those. Yeah. Wow. Alright, so 17, and this loops back around. So 17 plus 4 is 21. So yeah, 21. We got 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. That's 21. Yeah. Wow. And then how does that look? Wow. This makes so much more sense lining it up this way. what I'm trying to do with all that. Wow. Sorry for the shaky cam, yo. Trying to get to the bottom of these sketchbooks and, you know what I mean, capture this stuff is extremely difficult, right? Okay. Something like that. Alright. Alright. That's crazy. That's so crazy. So crazy, it's cool. Okay. So she got let's just try to get this down first. if I was to draw that. Oh, let's draw that later. What can I do? 5, 6. So what do I want to do then? 1. Oh. So for 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll do 6. A little complimentary. Alright. There we go. Well, let's see if I can figure this out. So square. Diamond space, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go. So Right. Just put something like that. Crazy.
The man, mama never nice. She from Japan, looking so tight. Papa San, fishy got ice. Neverland, straight all night. Up. Mama never nice. The man, mama never nice. She from Japan, looking so the sand, she got ice. The land, straight all night. Mama never nice. The man, Mama never nice. She from Japan. It's so tight. The sand, ice.
What's that at?
The
I don't know.
land, straight all night. Up, 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 up.
Oh, didn't I do one of those?
Mama,
I did do one of those.
Mama never nice.
Huh. This thing just does not want to focus, huh? Let's do this. How'd that go? Backwards? Yeah. Jackson just does not want to focus for us, huh? All right. So we got another page down. So see, now this look fur is just inspired by these joints here. All right, let's go ahead and I think by the time I render these things out, it'll probably be time. But that just means at least I got the arm down, which is the actual thing that is has been under question. I got the socket, I got the sling, I got the socket, I got the arm itself, I got the little flying around thing. So what I was hoping to do was get to some digital, but I don't want to get to digital with just some pencil sketches. Like I wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Wanted to render these out and then get to some digital, kind of like how I did the digital stuff with her last time. This is why I never really focused on like vehicles and props. You can see the insanity from turning airplanes into pizza pies, into spherical objects, to shoulder slings and triangles into arms. It's too much, yo. Let's do it. gonna grab a color and go. You know what I'm saying? If you don't mind. Where we at with that? Yeah, y'all saw Cardi B's chunky boots at Coachella when she was rocking them chunky boots the other day. If you missed it, you gotta go peep those. How'd that go? Like that? Interesting. Yeah. It is a funky arm, that's for sure. Mm. Mm. Right. That right? To do that. Okay. Okay. That's crazy. All right. That's
Alright, how about that? Do I want to do this in pencil first? Does it even matter? So I made those changes. So this is now right here, right?
Kind of like maybe the last bit of like the open floor pad, I guess. I could be wrong. This is all like me just guessing, by the way.
And this.
So I should like change the hip, I guess.
Right, something like that. Or is it like that? Yeah, whatever. Something like that. What else? You? What are you doing? Oh, so you're... over here. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. That part's plugged in. But y'all are like that. And did I import y'all in any way? I'm just gonna let y'all rock. I'm just gonna let y'all rock. Okay, and now you like that. Yeah, I can't even see you coming. So you just in there somewhere. Alright. I mean, technically you are on all of the connection pieces, so yeah, you're on the inside there somewhere. Alright. Tight. So that's what that looks like. So then you, on two. Really? On two?
There we got them all. Nice.
And then
Crew might be here. The land we are hunting is using some of our
okay.
pirates murdered in your planet.
Hmm. Where's that? Where's that? Okay. Oh, that's right. Don't one of those go there? It does. Tight. Let's not forget about that. So that means that this right here. Same thing. Forgot to do that. Oh, look at me jumping ahead like that.
prophecy is unfolding. Make your feet go stop when the beat go. Make your feet go stop when the beat go.
Look at me staying late for y'all, even after the crash. Would have been going 8.5 hours, but something happened 2.5 hours ago. I went a solid 6. But somebody dropped a hate bomb on my stream or something. Why would you drop a hate bomb on my stream? Of all the streams you can hate bomb. Of all the streams that could be hate bombed out there, somebody gotta be like, nah, this one.